everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone in the Funsome world. I am back, and this is Viper Strike 95. It's great to see you guys again on another stream, on another DC-3 leg today. We're back in Kinabalu. Actually, no, Kota Kinabalu. Right into Eastern Malaysia. It's great to see you guys, and we're back with another leg of our journey. This is leg 16, and today we're going to be heading all the way to the Philippines today. Yes, I'm heading back to the Philippines. I kid you not. We're more specifically going to end in Laoag International Airport in northern Philippines. It's great to see you guys here. I hope you're all doing well on this Sunday morning, at least from where I'm at. So it's going to be great to see you. In the chat, we have Super Typhon. Great to see you as well. So let's go over our leg today. So let me go ahead and grab my slide. So we're gonna make this decently big for you guys to see. Iceman 333, good to see you. Check out Iceman's channel. Check out Iceman 333's channel. So we're gonna take off here from Kota Kinabalu. From there, we're gonna continue going on the Bornean coast. Then we're gonna make our way over to the island of Palawan. We're gonna fly over Porto Princesa. Famous for its underwater cave, famous for its subterranean cave system. Then from here, we'll continue to go north and head our way over throughout the coast. There's Lubang Island. We'll be flying near the coast. We're not heading to Manila or anything. We're just going to keep along the coast. We might see High Peak, and then we're going to go back to the northern coast and make our way over Vigan City, and on our way to Romeo Papa Lima, India, at Laoag City, and we'll find Laoag International Airport, and that way we'll cross over into the Philippines today. So yeah, that is going to be today's trip as well. So this is going to be good. By the way, guys, this is a group flight. If you guys want to join in, this is a group flight. So we're actually going to be in Southeast Asia, and we're actually in and we can just put exclamation point route. We'll get to our route. We'll be back in our DC-3. So here it is, back to our Breitling DC-3, but before we get started, let me grab my slideshow for today. This is going to talk about today's leg from Kota Kinabalu to Laoag. This is April 22nd, 2017. In the notes for today, this is by Francisco Agulio, so this is some of his notes. He said this was another long flight which took us around the north coast of Borneo and the Palawan Islands. And their destination was Laoag, directly north of the Philippines, where they needed 16 more drums of fuel was be waiting. Once they got there, thankfully, the refuel only did 2 hours. They got to the hotel, but as they were leaving the terminal, there was a bunch of young kids welcoming them. And the social media networks allow those kids to come in here, and they were transmitting the message that the 77-year-old DC-3 was traveling around the world and were touched by the celebration. So that is pretty short notes. The notes are going to be pretty short today. To make this another pretty early flight. Hey, good to see you, Complete Freedom. Nice to see you. Here's a shout out for Complete Freedom. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, we're about to get this DC-3 started. I'm going to go ahead and put some fuel into this thing and lower the weight so the center of gravity will be a little easier. Back in our DC-3, we're going to turn on the ground power. We're going to go ahead and set the magnesium to both. Set this to make sure all the way forward. Set here, set the propellers forward, max forward. Put these tanks to the main tanks. That looks good. Booster pumps on. We're gonna go with right engine primer. That will energize the engine, and then we could just okay, that looks good. We'll get everything ready to get taken off. And then we do the same for okay, right. Energize the engines for a little bit. And once we do that, and we'll energize these engines and we can get ready. And she's on that. Okay, that's both engines. Both engines are done. Thank you for the shout out. Looking forward to this DC-3 flight. Oh, it's going to be pretty cool as well. The DC-3 flight is going to be a pretty awesome flight. We're going to go ahead and turn on the battery. Turn off ground power. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the landing lights and position lights. So we're going to go ahead and turn those on. And we're going to get taxiing. So we're going to taxi and take off from runway 02. But yeah, thank you for coming along today. Gonna go ahead and get everything ready. I do have my flow. The flow is gonna help me set my autopilot since when they flew the DC-3 for theirs, they actually had a digital autopilot. So they can do with altitude. But since this thing doesn't, I'm gonna use flow, which is gonna be, and we're gonna go at 9,000, and our altitude is gonna be 9,000 feet. I'm gonna preset the autopilot. So, now, yes, I could use the gyro pilot on this thing, and I'm actually pretty good at it. But in the pictures of their DC-3, they all have modern cockpit and modern avionics and stuff. So, I have to do it. I think I'm trying to make it as close to what they actually did. So we're gonna get everything ready. And we're gonna get ready to take this DC-3 off. So we're gonna put the okay, good. And we're off. Okay. Autopilot heading 700 feet per minute. That looks good. And just like that, we are leaving Kota Kinabalu today. So we're gonna say goodbye to Kota Kinabalu on our DC-3 trip. This will be the final time we're gonna be leaving from Malaysia today. This takeoff will be the final time we're gonna be in Malaysia. There's Red Dragon. Good to see you, Red Dragon. Good to see you back, Red Dragon. Thank you for the flight that you did with me on Friday. Man, it's a beautiful day out here in Malaysia. In the distance, to our right, here is Mount Kinabalu, which is going to be on our right. There's Mount Kinabalu. This is Malaysia's highest point, is right there to our right. Around 14,000 feet. So that is going to be our thing. I'm gonna go ahead and set the mixture to lean. We're gonna go with auto lean mixture to, for this trip. That way we can maximize our fuel economy by going lean. So we're gonna be doing that. But man, is it pretty out here today, guys. That's a beautiful view. So we're going to be climbing the 9,000 feet today. We did it to maximize our fuel economy and all that. But we should still get some really nice views of the scenery at 9,000 feet. We should get some pretty nice views and everything. So yeah, I appreciate you guys coming here today. So today's been a pretty cool thing as well. I had a very good weekend. I had a great time Friday doing the Slovenia bush flight in the AN2. The AN2 is an absolutely awesome plane. For 10 bucks, it is one of the very best planes in the sim for the price. And Slovenia was an absolutely beautiful gem of a country. Like, it's small, but there is so much natural places to visit in Slovenia. Right. Saturday was April Fool's Day. I had to do a lot of achievement stuff for the VA. And then today is going to be our DC-3 flight, which is going to be an absolutely great flight. We're gonna have, again, nice chill flight as well. So that's going to be our thing. For some flights of news, there is actually a couple of news that I do want to talk about. Drzezinski Design, the guy who made Renton Airport and Newark, well, he now released his newest scenery, Echo Echo Tango November, which is Tallinn Airport in Estonia, which is right in the capital of Estonia itself. And it's definitely very interesting to see a place like this getting developed. But hey, I mean, that's pretty cool that that somewhere in Estonia is getting developed. Is definitely a pretty cool place to get developed. According to the developer, he says it's a high quality model of the airport, complete with extensive details. an FPS-friendly design that offers dynamic lighting, PBR materials, night textures, performance-friendly interior models, the inclusion of iconic tall and city landmarks, and full compatibility with GSX Pro. And you can get this from Sim Market in the Indie Build store for 21 euros plus tax. Which, hey, that is not. And from what I can tell from this here, it looks actually pretty good from images. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see that that this area is going to get some love in development, which is good, because I think Estonia could probably use a bit more love with the development. Well, then Pilot Experience Sim just have unveiled the Mall M7. Can-Do was showing that off yesterday from Oh Can-Do, and it's going to come to the marketplace on April 6th, which is going to be 4 days. Actually, it's going to be 4 or 5 days, which is going to be really, really cool. But the Mall is definitely going to be a really good bush plane. If you love bush planes, again, it's another high-quality bush plane for the sim. It's going to come from Sim Market and Indie Builds, and I might actually pick up the Mall since, you know, I'm a big bush plane kind of guy, big fan of them. It's got a lot of accuracy and immersion. It has fully functional systems like fuel and electrical system, circuit breakers, and they meticulously recreated the entire interior. And it also has compatibility with the GTN X750 and 650 as well. So I think this plane's going to be very popular, and it's also got steering wheels, Tundra tires, and floats, and they're going to plan on doing a ski version later on. But yeah, I think the Mall M7, I think it's going to be a fantastic plane. Again, we got a ton of great bush planes in the sim. I think that's one of the best things about Microsoft is there's so many really high quality bush planes. I mean, we've had the kit, we have the Beaver, which I know came from 40th anniversary, but the Beaver's really good. We've had the Parallel 42 kit box. That's a fantastic one that they've done. There was the ones X6S from Flyboy for 15. That's really good. Then there's the Simworks Studios Zenith, which is right now has a 90% off discount, which I mean for €2, it's €2. I mean, it's actually €3 for this thing. But I do really like the Zenith. I need to show it off on stream. That's a great bush plane in the sim. That's a fantastic small bush plane. And I even enjoy the default stuff like the X-Cub and the Savage are all very fun planes as well. But yeah, we got a bevy of great bush planes in the sim. There's a ton of great ones. And also the AN2 as well, but Microsoft just released it as well. The AN2 is a lot of fun. I do like the Husky as well. But yeah, I think we're spoiled with the amount of great small bushcraft we have in the sim. I think we're very much spoiled with that. Which is a good thing, because this, if it's any sim that could really benefit from scenery, it's this one. Actually, this here is Mount Kinabalu, actually. Actually, scratch that. This is Mount Kinabalu, actually. That top one right there, right here, that is Mount Kinabalu. I got it wrong the first time. Oh yeah, and the Vilga too. I almost forgot about the Vilga. I haven't flown that thing in a while, but yeah, the Vilga as well. Like, we're spoiled with great bush planes. I'm not kidding. We are actually very spoiled with how much good G. Oh yeah, and there's also freeware too. There's the freeware Savage Carbon and all that too. Like I said, we're spoiled with good bush planes. We're actually very spoiled with them. And hey, I mean, that's a good thing. And then finally today, Simworks Studios has finally posted the first screenshots of their Polaris PC-12, which I mean was absolutely one of the most anticipated planes, and it looks absolutely stunning. I mean, they faced a lot of challenges with health, but I mean, they have been working hard on that PC-12, and I think a lot of people are gonna absolutely get this. I might even get it myself. But yeah, the PC-12 looks awesome. It looks like a PC-12, and I think it's gonna be fantastic. So yeah, that's a bit of the MSFS news. Hey, good to see you, Red Dragon. I bought the Zenith yesterday. Yeah, the Zenith's great. I haven't flown it in a long time, but yes, I definitely want to fly the Zenith on one of my flights. I definitely want to check out the Zenith. The Zenith's great. I just haven't flown the Zenith in a while, but it is it's fantastic. I bought it when it was at the initial sale. But I really do like the Zenith. It takes a bit of getting used to, but I absolutely do like this bush plane. It's super good. And mind you, that was Sam Studios' first plane, by the way. So, yeah, Mount Kinabalu looks really impressive. It is. Oh, that's Kinabalu. That's. Some more interesting things about Kinabalu is around, like I said earlier, over 13,000 feet tall is Mount Kinabalu. And it is the third highest peak on an island on Earth. The only one bigger is New Guinea with the Puncak Jaya, which is in New Guinea, and in Hawaii, Mauna Kea in Hawaii, which is around 13,000 feet. So this is number 3 in the world, at least for mountains on top of an island. So it's definitely got lots of height. But yeah, we are getting very, very close to the top of the mountain. So we're about 9,000 feet. So we're going to be about 9,000 feet. So we should get there pretty quickly. Well, I mean, I don't think the Cessna 414 has any trouble catching this thing. Puncak Jaya is 16,000. That's correct. And I definitely need to do some Papua New Guinea flying, but yeah. By the way, guys, I post these pictures in the Discord. I post the pictures of the streams on the Discord, so you guys can see all the pictures I've taken for the stream, because I am quite the photographer. So yeah, we are around 9,000 feet in here. So I want to ask you guys, I hope you guys have had a great weekend. Coming next week, on next Saturday, I will be attending the event, and that is going to be the C-47s over Normandy on next Saturday, which is going to feature a cross-community event with fly the historic D-Day routes over Normandy, and they'll try to break the record for the most DC-3s in a Microsoft Flight Simulator stream, which is going to be absolutely crazy. Absolutely nuts. And they're going to fly the D-Day routes as well. But it's to recreate all that as well. So I'll definitely be attending that. And of course, the Monday afterwards, not this Monday, but next Monday is the Bremen flight. Now I don't think I can make it at 0700 exactly, but I'll come and attend the rest of it then. Yeah, there's Red Dragon. He's flying much faster than me in the DC-3. Yeah, just hear the rumble of that DC-3. So we have Red Dragon flying with us. As always. You're gonna have KB right back? No worries. We got plenty of time for the stream at all. We got all the time today. Hey, Devil Dude, good to see ya. We're heading our way over to the Philippines today. So we're heading to Laoag, Philippines. We took off quite a bit ago from Kota, Kinabalu in Malaysia. We're about to head over through the Sulu Sea. So that's where we're heading. Ah, nice. The Polar Express achievement. Nice. Nicely done. Are you flying manual or not? I'm gonna actually fly manually for the DC-3 event, yes. I'll be doing manually in the DC-3 event since that's how they flew the DC-3 originally. I'm using the autopilot for this because in the DC-3 cockpit they had modern avionics and stuff on it, but this thing doesn't, so I had to adjust doing that. So that's just, I'm just being honest, that is how they did it. I'm looking at it now, and they had like modern cockpit. They had modern autopilot systems and avionics. So, and they flew with a modern autopilot system. This thing didn't have. This current DC-3 didn't have it. So. So are you manually flying the thing? No, I'm not manually flying it, Double Dude. So I'm using Flow because in the DC-3 they flew in real life. They had modern avionics and stuff, and this doesn't. So because this thing doesn't have it, it's hard to keep this thing at altitude that you want it to be. So I use Flow's autopilot thing, the heading and the altitude. Because if I didn't have this, and the livery for this thing only came with the classic version, and I mean, if I would have actually flown the heading bug, if I didn't have the heading bug issue, I would have flown the retrofit one with the GPS and stuff, just because that was what they flew in the real one. I hope that kind of makes sense for you. Here's the picture. Here's what I was talking about for the cockpit. It's the image. If you click that, that shows the cockpit. You can see all the modern avionics and stuff. But since I don't have it in the classic version, I decided to use Flow's autopilot thing with the heading and all that, with the altitude holds. That way, I'm trying to sit with the real one, but since this doesn't, I think it'd be better if I just did it from Flow and to simulate that I actually have a modern cockpit, even though this thing doesn't. So, that's just me being, I'm just being honest, and I'm just telling you guys straight up front. I've flown with a bit of the AP heading, but it still has the bug. Yeah, that's why I have to use the Flow settings. That's why I have to use Flow. Like, I could still fly it with the normal heading if I really wanted to. I guess maybe I probably should. But I mean, I'm already very familiar with the classic version, how it works. yeah. So we're gonna cross the waypoint, and once we get there, we're gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about the Philippines for a little bit. Just a brief overview of the country. Just a little bit about the history of the Philippines and all that, and just a bit of overview. We'll be talking. Once we cross this waypoint, we'll talk about it together as a group. So that's what we will be doing. So yeah, I hope that solves your question, Devil Dude, about the manually flying thing. I'm just trying to do it based off the real thing as close as I can get. Yeah. I guess I probably should just do this manually. So. I know how to do the manual autopilot and everything. I just try to do it. So yeah, so basically I hope you guys are doing well, as always. So I think it's about time we talk about a little bit about the Philippines. Just a brief overview in the history of the Philippines is where we're going to talk about as of right now. The Philippines, it's officially known as the Republic of the Philippines, or Republica Filipina. Filipinas. This is an archipelago country in Southeast Asia, situated in the Western Pacific Ocean. This archipelago country consists of over 7,000 islands. The exact number is 7,641 islands, categorized between three main divisions: the north to south, Luzon to the north, which is the most populated region. Then you have the Visayas, which is the middle, and then the south is Mindanao. It's bordered by the South China Sea to the west, the Philippines Sea to the east, and the Salva Sea to the southwest, and it shares maritime borders with Taiwan to the north, Japan to the northeast, Palau to the east and southeast, Indonesia to the south, Malaysia to the southwest, Vietnam to the west, and China to the northwest. Currently, right now, the Philippines is the world's 13th most populous country at a population of 109 million people as of 2020. And it is one of the most, and it has diverse ethnicities and cultures throughout the entire island. The capital of the country is Manila, but the largest city is actually Quezon City, and both lie within the urban area of Metro Manila. Negritos were some of the earliest inhabitants of the island, followed by successive waves of Austronesian peoples. With the adoption of animism, Hinduism, and Islam, established island kingdoms all throughout the Philippines. But the first major European arrival to the islands was Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese explorer. But it wasn't until 1453 when the Spaniards claimed the archipelago in honor of Philip II. That's why it's called the Philippines. And led to the archipelago country being part of the Spanish Empire for over 300 years. But currently, right now, then it was gained independence from the Spanish in 1896 with the Philippine Revolution. Then they became, ironically, part of the United States as a U.S. colonial asset. I kid you not. And that lasted until the Japanese invasion of the islands. Then after World War II, when they liberated from the Japanese, the Philippines gained independence. Though it's had quite a tumultuous history after post-independence. But currently right now, it is an emerging market. It is a newly industrialized country, and it's transitioning from agricultural base to services. It is a founding member of the UN, World Trade Organization, and ASEAN. And of course, one of the big things is its location. It's right in the ring of fire and close to the equator, making the Philippines extremely vulnerable to earthquakes and typhoons. So that's some pretty interesting general stuff about the Philippines, but it's an absolutely beautiful place. And I did a whole series on it. I think I've still have the VODs on my YouTube is actually VODs back when I did the streams. So let's go over a little bit about the history, just a brief overview. The first humans, Homo sapiens, to arrive here came in 55,000 BCE. The first original peoples who settled here were the Negritos, and they settled around 40,000 BCE. And then from a period of 4,500 to 300 BCE, multiple Austronesian migrations from Taiwan came over to the islands. And by 400 AD, there was development of inter-island international trade to make it more culturally homogeneous. So there's all the different trades within, not just internationally, but also within the islands. Because remember, the islands were pretty isolated, and they developed their own kind of culture and stuff depending on what island you visited. And then we get to April 21st, 900 AD, the end of prehistory. The Laguna copperplate inscription, the earliest known Philippine document, was written in the Manila area. It was written in the Kawi script, which is this picture here to the right. That is the Laguna copperplate inscription, which begins the written history of the Philippines, of what it is in the areas. And then from 1174 to 1175 AD, the Vizian Confederation of Magnus conducted a series of raids on modern-day Taiwan, or Formosa, which was part of the Song Dynasty. And basically, the Vizian Confederations were basically the middle islands of the Philippines, and they came to raid the island Taiwan. So there was that. And then 1200 AD, the Indonesians of the Majapahit Petite actually went to the island of Palawan and brought Buddhism there into the island of Palawan, which we will be flying over pretty soon, actually. We'll be flying over there pretty quickly. So they brought that, and then 1457 AD, this is part 2. So some more historical stuff. In 1457 AD, they found the Sultan of Sulu, was found here by Syed Abu Bakr Amr. He founded that, which contained much of the region of Palawan, but also La Sabah and all that. He found his sultan. And then the big one, Ferdinand Magellan actually visited the islands in March 16, 1521, when he sailed on to Homonhon with 3 ships, the Concepcion, Trinidad, and Victoria. And believe it or not, the Philippines was actually where Magellan was killed, because that happened on April 27, 1521. Ferdinand Magellan was actually killed by Lapu-Lapu in the Battle of Mactan. And that led to the Spaniards being defeated, and Magellan was actually killed there. Which is definitely a very interesting point in history, that he actually ended up being killed in the Philippines. And basically, Mactan is basically it's basically an island that is about 1 mile east of Cebu City. It's where Cebu City Airport's actually located. So yeah, that was actually where he was killed. So there was that, and then the next event was in February 13, 1565. Miguel Lopez de Legazpi arrived here in the Philippines. He landed in Cebu with 4 ships and 380 men, and he claimed it for the Spaniards as well. And then in 1600, then we have the galleon trade between Manila and Acapulco begins, and that leads to a great period of trade between Asia and the Americas, which was here in the Philippines. And that so And then in 1704, North Borneo was ceded by the Sultan Brunei, and the Spaniards actually claimed a little bit of it before the British seized Manila Bay in 1762. Before handing it back to the Spaniards afterwards, they handed back Manila to the Spaniards, and then in 1872, about 200 Filipinos staged a mutiny at Cavite, and this was basically the seeds that built for the Philippine Revolution that happened short after. Hey, good to see you, Bad Turbulence. Yeah, Mangello got hit in the right leg, I believe. Yes, that actually is what happened, Bad Turbulence. That was probably correct. He was struck with the bamboo spear, which was metal tip rattan, and he was finished off with other weapons. Yep. And then afterwards, we have, and then in 1888, last Solidaridad was established, which is the main newspaper for the Philippine Revolution. And the revolution was proclaimed by Bonifacio at the cry about Balintawak. And they caused the rise of the Philippine Revolution. And then in May 1st, 1898, during the Spanish-American War, Commodore George Dewey attacks the city of Manila, and the Philippine independence from Spain was declared by revolutionaries just a month later. And By the end of 1898, on December 10th, the U.S. and Spain signed the Treaty of Paris, and the Philippines is given to the United States instead of independence, which led to the Philippine-American War, which ended in 1902 on July 4th. However, there was still fighting that continues on until later, and then not too much happened during there, but the 30s was definitely a big change. The first president in the Philippine elections was Manuel Quezon. He was elected on September 17, 1935. But the big one happened in 1941, a day after Pearl Harbor. The Japanese invaded the Philippines. And it led to some absolute brutal fighting in the Philippines. On April 9th, 1942, at the Battle of Bataan, General Edward King surrenders the last province of the Philippines to the Japanese army. And by the way, the Japanese were absolutely brutal in the Philippines. I mean, they were brutal. But there was a lot of large-scale guerrilla activities, and there was also a ton of war crimes happened during this time. In fact, Manila was home to two of the worst ones the Japanese have done. First is the Bataan Death March. I bet you guys probably, if anyone's ever studied military history, would probably know the Bataan Death March, which they traveled through Bataan to Luzon, and it was brutal. They traveled 65 miles long, and around 5,500 to 18,650 POWs actually were died with severe physical boosts in wanton killings. It was brutal. It was definitely a very brutal war thing. And the other one was, well, it was also the Manila Massacre happened during there. Happened there as well, which led to the deaths. Between 100,000 and 500,000 civilians being killed by the Japanese. It was brutal. And that happened in 1945. Thankfully, in 1944, General MacArthur lands at Palo Leyte Island. And with General MacArthur, he leads to the liberation of the Philippines on July 5th, 1945, and thankfully he managed to liberate the Philippines. And then on 1946, July 4th, they finally gained independence through the Treaty of Manila, and the Philippines are independent. Awesome. But yeah, speaking of World War II as well for the Philippines, Manila was absolutely destroyed during that war. In fact, of all the cities that were destroyed in the war, I know a lot of people think about like wars. About World War II, like when people think of cities getting destroyed in World War II, they think of cities like Tokyo or Dresden, London. But what a lot of people don't realize was Manila was almost completely destroyed. Manila was almost completely destroyed. In fact, World War II was so devastating that it destroyed Manila, much of Manila's cultural and architectural heritage dating back to when the city was founded. It was completely devastating. You should see some of the pictures. It's terrifying. Like, it destroyed the old district and all that. The destruction was just terrible. It was brutal. So, yeah, Manila was absolutely wrecked during that one at once. And then finally we get to the rest of the timeline. On March 6, 1951, in March 6, 1951, Fort Santiago was declared a national shrine. Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SATO, was established in Manila with the Philippines as one of its members. In November 9, 1965, Ferdinand Marcos was elected president of the Philippines, and he is definitely the most controversial modern Philippine leader. It's definitely Ferdinand Marcos. If you're not aware of what he did, he let's just say he ended up being a dictator. By the end of his first term, he declared martial law, and he became a dictator after supposedly serving his term. And that started with his martial law on September 23rd, 1972. Then in 1983, August 21st, Senator Benito Aquino Jr. was assassinated at Manila International, and that led to a lot of unrest in the Philippines, which led to Marcos being ousted in 1986, between the days of February 22nd to 1925, allowing Corazon Aquino to be president. On January 10th or 15th, Pope John Paul visits the Philippines. He visited the Philippines during the first World Youth Day. And then there was another revolution that happened, EDSA revolution happening in 2001, that ousted President Estrada and put Gloria Arroyo as the 14th Filipino president. So yeah, that is the history of the Philippines. For you is the brief history of the Philippines. So I hope you guys like it. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you there, Roby. Nice to see you here. Good to see you, Roby. So we're currently in our way over. So yeah, we're heading our way over to Laoag in the Philippines. We are just currently over the Sulu Sea. We're about to head over to the island of Palawan. That will be our first place in the Philippines we ended up visiting. So let's go over and check see who's flying with us right now. There's Red Dragon in the Cessna 414. And we are, this is Lake 16 of our trip, by the way, Roby. So we are around Lake 16, so we're about to head over to the Philippines. I'm going to go ahead and check my fuel situation, and it looks pretty okay. 76. In terms of our flight, we are around 676 nautical miles away from our destination here as well. Sorry I can't fly with you. You have to work. No worries. No worries at all. You have work. Focus on that. But I do appreciate you coming along and listening to the stream. quite good to, let's see. So there's our first sign of the Philippines to our left, and I think we just about see the Philippines for the first time, guys. So right over there is the island of Palawan, actually. Palawan is officially one of the provinces of the Philippines. It's actually one of the islands. It is the largest province in the area in terms of total area, with the capital being Puerto Princesa. Historically, it was home to several indigenous groups, but the Spaniards took control of it in during the 16th century. Currently right now, it's geographically, this island here consists of several major islands and mountains, and it's lined with all sorts of rocky coves and white beaches, along with lots of forests in the area too. It's actually got, the island's wildlife is more similar to the ones you can find in Borneo compared to the rest of it. And of course, it's home to many kinds of attractions. Including the famous Puerto Princesa Subterranean River Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the Tubava Reef Marine Park as well are two UNESCO World Heritage Sites you can find here on the island. So we can definitely also see a few mountain peaks on top of Palawan as well. We get to see quite a few hills. That peak over there, according to my map, it is Mount Manta Lingajan, Mantalingajan that's the mountain up there. So that's going to be there at the point. Hey, good to see you, Eric. Let me go shout out for Eric Flight. Check out Eric's Flight's channel stream. He does a lot of GA stuff as well. If you like that sort of stuff, check out Eric Flight's channel as well. So we're doing quite well, Eric. We're flying our way over to the Philippines. We're going up to the northern Philippines today at Laoag. We're currently flying around the coast. We're going to be visiting the island of Palawan pretty short. We're going to fly over the island pretty shortly. We can see the island. With the clouds in the way, made it pretty difficult. Yeah, these flights can get quite lonely. Yeah, especially over the ocean for sure. I mean, we're doing quite well ourselves. We're about 648 nautical miles away. We're not doing too bad. We got around 4 hours left to go. The 04s, that's not bad at all. Yeah, no, because we're going at 168 nautical miles, so let's do. So 167. We got 3.8 hours left to go, which isn't too bad at all. Considering we've also leaned our fuel and all that. We've definitely got quite a bit of range as well. Yeah, we got quite a bit of time to do things. So yesterday, guys, we got the cross the pond event yesterday. The Westbound, flying from many destinations in Europe. That was the biggest batsman event of the year. Happened yesterday. There was tons of people flying across the Atlantic. Hey Quartz, good to see you. And Colari, it's first time chat. I love flying the DC-3 from PNG. Controls hate me though. Good to see you. Colari 3, good to see you. Yeah, I do like the DC-6. I actually forgot to update the thing a while ago, but yeah, I do like the DC-6 as well. I need to get back to flying that more as well. But definitely a very good one. The PNG DC-6 is still great, and I do like the DC-3. I'm doing this for the World Tour, by the way, and it's based off the real Breitling DC-3 around the World Tour that they did back in 2017. Took off from Geneva, and we're now heading to the Philippines, and we got there by going from Geneva to Albion, France, Zagreb, Croatia, Athens, Greece, Tel Aviv, Israel, Amman, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar. We get to visit Dubai in the UAE, Karachi, Pakistan, Nagpur, India, Chiang Mai, Thailand, Phuket, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Singapore, Kota, Kinabalu, and now we're heading to Laoag today. So we are going through quite a bit of a long sort of stuff today. We're going to be here for a while. I remember that tour. You know, in a few legs. Oh, nice! I didn't know you get to actually did this tour. But yeah, I wanted to do this because when the DC-3 came out for MSFS, I thought I would love to do an around the world tour. I haven't done one before, so that's what I wanted to do for my 2023 thing. And hopefully if this goes as well as it should, I think I'm going to do something big for 2024 and do something for Firefly Air Around the World Tour where we get to visit all the countries on stream, which would be very, very cool. Back in the FSX days. Ah, cool. Oh yeah, back in FSX. I used to play one of the older flight sims way back in the day before I got this, so but that was way back. Ah, feeling old. Yeah. And I believe FX9 or something, or FS 2004 was, I think it was. Yeah, it was FS 2004. Those little flight sim game. So there is the island of Powell 1. There's one of the mountains up there. Here it is. If you guys want to get involved and want to get on my streams, here's my Discord, by the way. And if you like what you guys see and haven't followed yet, and if you like the content, smash that follow button. That would be awesome. Hey, thank you so much, Kuawari. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. So we're going to go ahead and continue moving forward as well. Oh, and thank you so much, Gaseous Maximus. 72 with the follow as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, FATSIM is pretty cool. I would like to do it someday. I need to get better at ETC calling, but I do need some practice. I've already done the orientation, so I'm pretty much set on that. So, yeah, it really helps to learn the basics. Exactly. Learn the basics is really important, and you should practice. Practice, practice, practice. Practice makes permanent, is what they say. Yeah, I spent 3 years before my first VATSIM's flight, this court. Had a guy in Atlanta airspace yesterday during across the pond. Oh man, it was bad. Didn't know what a smoked sea was, no clue about transponder, couldn't hold a heading. Yeah, some people do get in there unprepared, that's for sure. Like, I've not done a VATSIM flight yet, but yeah, there are people who do forget. Even experienced pilots seem to forget things on VATSIM quite a bit. Like I said, it's not easy doing this sort of stuff at all. Oh. We're not quite working for Oceanic, but I could do CCAL codes and position reports. I've done a lot of them years ago, but I forgot them now. There's nothing wrong going back and learn them again. I think that's what pilots have to do in real life too, is they have to learn all this stuff again. Man, that's pretty right there. Pretty view of the mountains. So yeah, we're finally gonna get over Puerto Princesa. Yeah, I definitely want to go back to more flying in the Philippines. Maybe doing a bush flight would be really cool over some of the Philippine islands. Very basic process to follow. Need to find the page of the layout. Yeah, I see Kawari. The others two depend on your crossing west east. Yeah, because if you go east, there's quite a different policy than going west. You have different things, protocols for each, depending on which direction you're going to go from the Atlantic, from the north, or from the west. Different policies. I'm just learning though, it does help when you fly out of your hometown. Yes, definitely. If you want to, definitely want to fly somewhere around where you're familiar with. Especially for VFR, flying around where you're kind of familiar with, definitely is going to help. For example, if I'm doing VATSIM, I would probably start in my hometown, like around the local area, because I probably know a few of the landmarks as well. Propagates and terminals. Yeah, it with domestic stuff too. That also helps out too. Because I know different countries and all that have different protocols of how it's supposed to work. Exactly. Oh yeah, and the VFR charts help a ton. Exactly. Charts are also very important, which means if you want to get good charts, like there's Navigraph and all that as well. Those are big helps. Hey, Sergeant Staff with the raid. Oh my goodness. Sergeant Staff 123 with the raid of 8. Good to see you, Sergeant Staff. I hope you had a great stream with over Alaska today. Yes, I can't. I'm gonna probably fly over Alaska on next Friday. Fly over Alaska. That would be a bunch of fun. But yeah, good to see you, Sergeant Staff and viewers. I am Viper Strike 95. Been streaming here since 2021. We're currently on leg 16 of our DC-3 trip around the world. We're heading over to Laoag in the Philippines actually today. Oh, you did. You ended in Michigan, Otsego County, Michigan. Ah, cool. Yes, the Wolverine State in Michigan. It's north of Indiana. All the way in northern Indiana. It's north of Indiana. Detroit is Michigan's most famous for Wolverine football. Detroit, the motor car factories, and the northern and being surrounded by multiple of the Great Lakes, including Lake Erie, Huron, and Michigan and Superior. So that's a lot of people don't know. Good to see you, King Cobra, as well. Nice seeing you around as well. So yeah, we are actually around just about 600 nautical miles away from reaching Laoag. So let's check in our fuel situation. We are at 64% on the main tanks. We're doing actually quite well on the main tanks. So we're doing ourselves quite well. So in terms of other news for sports, so sports news, the 2 games of the Final Four just happened today. And let me just say, the first 2 games of that Final Four were absolutely insane for the men's Final Four. Have been absolutely nuts. First one was the first game on that Final Four was an absolute doozy of a game. San Diego State and Florida Atlantic. That was absolutely crazy though in the Final Four. San Diego State won on a buzzer beater against Florida Atlantic. They actually won in one of the most exciting games of the Final Four. They beat them 72-71 over Florida Atlantic with a buzzer beater to end it. It was absolutely crazy. The second game, unfortunately, wasn't nearly as close as UConn just dominated the U, or University of Miami, Florida. So that means the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship will be tomorrow between UConn, University of Connecticut, and San Diego State. Hey, good to see you, Dougal. Great to see you too as well. Thanks for the shout out. You're gonna need to run and make some lunch. No worries at all, Sergeant Staff. Enjoy your lunch. Ports over Air Canada hangar for repairs. Ah, nice. Oh, you're in Edmonton right now. Note in. Yeah, Edmonton, like a lot of Canada gets snow even in this time of the year. You know, as a sports fan, I know Edmonton as the home of the Oilers, and with their most famous athlete being the great one himself, Wayne Gretzky. So I know that for sure. And then other sports news, the MLB is continuing opening day. For my team, the Rays are now 2-0, and they have a chance for a sweep today. And they'll be taking command of the AL East. I get it, it's the first 3 games of the year, but I mean, getting off to a good start is very, very important. The Rays are doing quite well. The Reds are doing all right at 500. They could be doing worse. So that's well. And Airlock Doc, oh my goodness, Airlock, I haven't seen you in the chat. Good to see you, Airlock. Airlock Doc, I'm doing quite well. You did my first international flight. I did fly international last night, but this one's domestic. Ah, cool. You did. I did a domestic flight. Was it between Vancouver to Edmonton port that you did with? Because I want to know how you ended up in Edmonton. It's either Vancouver to Edmonton, or Winnipeg to Edmonton, or something completely different. I don't know about that. What you did last night. So. Yeah, it's been a little bit since you caught me, Airlock. Oh, you've been reinstalling the sim. Yeah, it can be quite a pain. I've yet to reinstall the sim. Again, I'm lucky that I haven't had many issues. I don't know. I'm just lucky. But I absolutely relate to the pains of reinstalling the sim. I can relate to you. And if you look to our left, there is Palawan in the Philippines. One of the 7,000 islands in the Philippines. I deleted the wrong partition, lost every. Oh, really? Oh no. Oh, you have to repair your computer and all that. Well, that's. Oh, Dougal's having a lot of sim issues. 3CTD today, and a lot of server disconnects. Ah. Yeah, everyone's been having issues. I'm not really having any issues yet. I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm lucky. I don't know. I'm just lucky I don't have CTDs. I'm lucky that things aren't breaking on me. They're acting weird. No name tags California remain in the servers. I haven't had it today yet. So fine along with me, guys. I'm gonna get back to the outside the cockpit. We have Red Dragon. He's back with me today, and we're here in Palawan, actually. Readjust the sound system. I've not been able to finish a flight plan for the Shadows fight tonight. Steve's gonna be busy. Oh no. Yeah, speaking of it, Dougal's part of the Shadow Display team. Some good friends of mine in the community. I've been friends with them for a long time, actually. Back in the old days, and they make some great flight streams today. You haven't come up with a flight plan. Maybe I'll give you a suggestion, Dougal, if you don't mind. Maybe I could help you come up with a flight plan. I know you fly over the Dolomites. Maybe you should fly over Slovenia, maybe. You can copy off my flight plan and fly over Slovenia, maybe. Maybe continue your Northern Italy thing and you fly through Slovenia, probably. And check out Triglav, Lake Bled, and Liev Lana, or something like that. The capital and all that. Maybe you could do that. That may be a flight plan. Yes, I am very good about making flight plans. Yes, I'm good about making the flight plans. I'm actually quite good at them. I'm definitely pretty good at them. Like, I always take the more interesting routes. So for future plans, on Wednesday, I'm planning on doing another airliner stream. I'm actually thought about this, but I'm actually thinking about doing a airliner flight. And I'm actually thinking about doing an airliner stream, and I think we're going to do a flight from, I'm thinking about doing a flight somewhere in New Zealand. I haven't done an airliner stream over New Zealand yet. So I'm going to probably do an airliner stream, a pretty quick one. We're going to do one from Auckland to Queenstown. That would be an absolute blast. And I mean, the land in Queenstown is absolutely stunning. So yeah, I think, and plus I wanted to visit, I haven't visited New Zealand since the update because everyone's been doing flights in New Zealand. So I wanted to do that for my airliner stream. So that's going to be Wednesday. Oh yeah, flying to Queenstown is gorgeous, or out of, yes. Yes, I know how to make a good flight plan. And that's because like I said, I do my research about doing these flight plans. Because I know next Friday is going to be the Alaska trip. I'm going to recreate my September vacation of last year, so we'll be heading off from Ketchikan, travel around there. We'll be visiting quite a few. We're going to be visiting Wrangell, Petersburg, Wrangell. We're going to visit Tracy Arm, Endicott Arm Fjord. So I'll find Endicott Arm. We'll be going through there, and our way to Juneau, and then from Juneau we'll make our way over to Skagway. But I think that would be a lot of fun, and I'm planning on that one to take the de Havilland Beaver float plane, since you see a ton of those in Alaska. I mean, just one quick look at Alaska, and a lot of the planes you see are de Havilland Beavers or Otters. You see a ton of those planes. So it makes sense to take a float plane. But that would be a bunch of fun on Friday. I've been wanting to do some flying over Alaska. Just haven't got myself the chance to do it, yeah, on stream. So. Yeah, and then Sunday afterwards, and then next Sunday after we get to Laoag, the next one's going to be shorter. It's actually going to be that one's going to be a considerably shorter flight than this one. But it will be from Laoag into Macau, which is actually currently part of China, but historically was actually Portuguese, believe it or not. So, but that is going to be for next Sunday's trip, is going to be to that part of outside of China. But that would be the only leg of the journey we actually get to the Chinese mainland. Because afterwards, that would be the only one. And I'll probably explain to you why they don't end up in mainland China, actually. So let's get back to the cockpit, shall we? 24 cores and 4090, what? That's extremely powerful graphics card capabilities. Oh, that sounds cool. That's for sure. That is very, very cool. Very, very neat. So right here is a bit of, there's Palawan's island. So you can definitely see up here, you can see quite a few of the hills on the island. Yeah, this part of the island gets very hilly. Also, there's tons of white sand beaches all throughout the island, which makes it quite a beautiful tourist destination landmark. So that is just a little bit about the Palawan itself. Let's go ahead and I want to talk about some more slides on the Philippines. Let's start with the geography of the Philippines, because the Philippines has some really, really cool geography as well. And like I said, I love geography too. If you guys know me, I love geography. But the Philippines is really, really cool. Hey, Joey at Battle, good to see ya. No, I am not on VATSIM. I'm actually, this is multiplayer I'm on. Southeast Asia is my multiplayer, and we're doing a flight in the DC-3. We're recreating the DC-3 around the world flight that Breitling did back in 2017. We're doing leg 16 of it. We're heading from Kota, Kinabalu, Malaysia to Laoag, Philippines. But no, I am not on VATSIM. But I do appreciate the question though. And like I said, feel free to ask. Like I said, that's very good. So, the geography of the Philippines, this is an archipelago that consists of 7,600 islands with a total land area of 300,000 square kilometers, or 1,150,831 square miles. It is the world's 5th largest island country in terms of area, with the only island nations being bigger in terms of area are Indonesia, Madagascar, Papua New Guinea, and Japan are the only ones larger in area than the Philippines. And the largest of the islands is the northern part of it. Luzon's the largest part of the islands. Luzon's the largest island in the country with around 40,000 square miles, followed by Mindanao at 95,000 square kilometers. And the archipelago itself is divided by 3 groups. Luzon, which is the north, Visayas is in the middle, and Mindanao is in the south. And even that south is divided by the islands. Palawan's part of Luzon itself. But there's tons of islands all throughout the area. Oh yeah, the closest possible airport. Hey, Joey at Battle, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Romeo Papa Victor Papa is the closest airport. That is Puerto Princesa Airport, the main airport on the island. The highest, now physically, geographically, the archipelago can be quite hilly, in fact. And there is quite a few hilly spots stuff in the geography, the highest point on the islands is Mount Apa, which is 9,692 feet above sea level, located in the island of Mindanao. It's also got the Philippine Trench, which is to the east off the coast, which can go up to 34,000 feet deep. But the Philippines are very prone to earthquakes. If you know anything, it's on the Pacific Ring of Fire, meaning the Philippines is very susceptible to earthquakes, which makes it very much definitely threatened by a lot of rainforest. And that leads to the Philippines being especially vulnerable. And then finally as well, the country also has valuable mineral deposits. Due to its complex geographic structure and high level seismic activity, you can find some valuable mineral deposits throughout the country. Also, the Philippines is really biodiverse for the islands. It's one of the few mega diverse countries in the world, with an estimation of over 13,500 plant species, which 3,200 of them are unique to the Philippines and have some very array of different flora, including many types of orchids and rafflesias, which are some of the world's largest flowers. You can also find 1,100 land vertebrate species, including over 100 mammal species and 243 bird species, including the Philippines' national bird, the Philippine eagle, which is in this picture, right over here. And the maritime waters also produce some unique and diverse marine life. And the total number of corals and marine fish species in this region is estimated to be between 500 species of coral species and over 2,400 species of marine fish, making the Philippines an extremely diverse environment. Morning, Scoop. Good to see ya. My real-life best friend from is from the Philippines. Cool. But yeah, the Philippines have such rich history. But yeah, I'm doing quite well, Scoop. We're just coming over to the Philippines. If you guys are here for the first time and see these slides, well, I've been doing this for all my streams. I love talking about a bit about history and all the places we're going to be flying to as well. That's just how I've been streaming since the original. But I feel like this is a great way to talk about the information that I want to talk about for you guys to read. I will post these notes at some point. I still need to split up these notes. And then for the climate, well, the climate of the Philippines is very hot and humid usually, with 3 seasons: the hot dry season from March to May, the rainy season, which is from June to November, and the cool dry season from December to February. And of course, the monsoon season happens from May to October, is monsoon season. And why is that a big deal to talk about monsoons? Well, the Philippines actually sits astride the typhoon belt, so they get an onslaught annually of dangerous storms from July to November. I mean, as if it wasn't bad enough being right next to earthquakes, they also now have to deal with typhoons. And they can absolutely be devastating. For example, they have tons of rainstorms and windstorms as well, and they are very much risk to climate change due to all the storms and stuff. There's also volcano stuff too. Mount Pinatubo, for example, erupted in 1991. But it just shows that the Philippines is very much at risk for it. Hey, Chewy Nuts, good to see ya. First time chat for Chewy Nuts. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you had a great time yesterday. So we're going over to the Philippines in the DC-3 as well. So good to see you, Chewy Nuts. Let me give him a shout out. He is another Twitch streamer. He's been doing some airline flights as well. So shout out for him in his stream. I hope you're doing well. We're flying the Philippines today. We're heading over to Laoag, Laoag in the Philippines from Kota, Kinabalu. It's about according to my leg, it's going to be 803 nautical miles. We are actually about 540 nautical miles away from our final stop as well. So we're doing well. We got plenty of time to be here in the DC-3. It's great to see you. It's great to have another streamer here as well. And we got quite a few people flying along with us today. Oh, there's Red Dragon. There's Red Dragon flying with us in the 414. Like I said, feel free to take any plane. As long as you can keep up with the DC-3 at 167 knots, I don't think you have to worry about taking it. But yeah, I love the DC-3. I do. And this has been a journey I've been playing since, well, all the way back in 2021. Planning for this DC-3 trip. But absolutely great day here as well. So yeah, we're going to be very close to Puerto Princesa. We'll be getting over that city pretty soon, which is home to its famous subterranean rivers that are so important to the city that it is one of the 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites on the island. And the city actually has a population of 307,000 people, and is the westernmost city in all of the Philippines. In fact, we'll be flying over the area of the subterranean rivers themselves, so I'll be willing to give you some bit of interesting facts about the river. The subterranean river was a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1999. It was voted as the new 7 Wonders of Nature in 2012. The history, in 2010, a group of environmentalists discovered that the underwater river has a second floor, which means there are small water bowls within that cave, and they found large bats, rock formations, and a deep water hole as well. However, the deeper areas within the cave are very tough to explore due to oxygen deprivation because of oxygen issues. But these rivers have a mountain landscape around it for the national park, and the underwater cave is more than 15 miles long. And it contains an 5.1 mile underground section of the river, of the Kinabalu River. In this area also has a habitat for biodiversity. It contains some of the most important forests in all of Asia, which is pretty cool. And I mean, you have there's tons of bird species you can find here in this national park. 165 species are recorded in the park of the 252 bird species on the island, including the blue-naped parrot and the Taban scrub fowl all make their home here. There's also been 30 mammal species in this recorded here, mainly the long-tailed macaque, which is the primate. There's also the Powell and bearded pig, bear cat, and more. And of course, 9 different bat species can make their home. And apparently you can even find the dugons here too. The sea cow or dugong and the Hawksbill sea turtle have been found in the coastal areas of the park. So definitely a very cool little national park will be coming up pretty soon as well. But it's an absolutely beautiful place to visit in the Philippines. So absolutely worth checking out. If you ever wanted to visit the Philippines, that's definitely a place worth checking out. So down below us is Puerto Princesa, the largest city in at least this area of the Philippines. So if you guys want to join along, I have my Discord here as well. I updated the Discord invite link, so if you guys want to join on my Discord, feel free to join the Discord here as well. Here's the link. There you go. Yeah, this is Puerto Princesa. But yeah, very, very pretty area right here in the Philippines. We're going to turn off the lane lights. So we're gonna turn 20 degrees. There we go. So we're gonna get through this. We're already live for 2 hours, or nearly 2 hours in the air. Let's check our fuel. I want to check my fuel situation. 52 actually the maintains. We're doing quite well. We've already been in the air for nearly 300 miles, and we're already halfway still full with the tanks. So we're doing really well today. We're doing extremely well with the tanks. You should get there pretty quickly. So yeah, that's basically going to be the news as well. So that's been some information. also around this area is the Cleopatra Needle, one of the many of the hills here in this island. So we'll continue moving along. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Server. I want Southeast Asia as my server. So. Oh, sorry. So there is the subterranean systems. It's located down here in the subterranean rivers, which is right along the coast in this area. So, but definitely, absolutely stunning here today in the Philippines. That is just beautiful today. Look at the wing. I mean, that is just stunning, this area of the Philippines. Hey, good to see you, Fallen Up. Fallen Up 88, good to see you. So we're just passing through the subterranean river rivers throughout the Philippines. We're heading our way over to Laoag in the Philippines. So we're gonna go ahead and turn left pretty soon. And go ahead and turn. So right over here is where the subterranean rivers start. They go through the cave areas. You follow that down and you get to the subterranean rivers. So yeah, but I'm doing quite well for myself today, for sure. So we're doing really well today, Fallen Up. We are just under 500 nautical miles, so we only have about about 3 hours left to go. We're about 3 hours till we finally get done with the stream. So, so we're going to be going here for another. We're going to go this heading for the next 224 nautical miles left to go. So we'll be crossing more of the Philippine Sea. So, let's go ahead and talk about some more of our slides. We got plenty of slides left to go for the Philippines. So let's talk about the government in politics of it, but we're mainly going to keep to the government side of things. Now, the Philippines is a democratic government in the form of, it's a constitutional republic with presidential systems, and the president, like in the United States, functions as both the head of state and the head of government, as well as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And the president is elected by direct election for a single 6-year term. The president appoints and presides over a cabinet. The bicameral Congress is composed of the Senate serving the upper house with members elected on a 6-year term, and the House of Representatives served on a 3-year term. And Philippine politics is dominated by those with well-known names, such as political dynasties or celebrities, and there's been quite a few of them. But because they're voted a lot by dynasties and celebrities, the Philippines can be quite corrupt in some areas. Senators are elected at large, while representatives are elected from both legislative districts and through sectorial representation. The judicial power is vested in the Supreme Court, composed of a Chief Justice as presiding officer and 14 associate justices, all appointed by the president. And there have been attempts to change the government to a more federal unicameral or parliamentary government. And of course, like in real life, there is significant amount of corruption in the Philippine province. And that corruption played a pretty big deal in Filipino history. And there has been quite a bit of corruption. And it's corruption all over, mainly with the police service, but also for political nepotism, as there's been quite a few political dynasties in the Philippines. Mainly the ones most famous are the Marcos family. Obviously with Ferdinand Marcos, but also his son, Bongbong Marcos, he's now the current president of the Philippines. For example. So that plays a pretty big role into Philippine politics. Yes, Philippine food is pretty good. We'll talk about that later. And then for the administrative divisions of the Philippines is divided into 17 regions, 82 provinces, 146 cities, 1,480 municipalities, and 42,000 barangays. Barangays basically is the smallest administrative district, and it's a Filipino term for a village. So that's what they are. And the Philippines is governed as a unitary state with the exception of Bangsamoro, located in the Muslim Mindanao region. So that's quite a bit of the administrative decisions as well. So that is a little bit about the administrative division and some of the how the governance works. So just a little bit. Hey, Uncle BSim channel, hello, good to see ya. Let's get a shout for the Uncle BSim channel. Good to see you. Check out his channel. He does a lot of Xbox server streams on his Xbox. So if you want to see how MSFS does on Xbox, check out his channel as well. But he makes some great Flight Sim content. And it's good to support from one of the smaller streamers too. So I'm doing quite well myself. I hope you've had a good stream today as well. We're currently in the Philippines right now, and we are exploring. We're heading our way over to Laoag in the northern Philippines. So that's what we're currently doing today. We are about 477 nautical miles to our destination today. I finally got a Velocity 1 flight stick. Oh, nice! Awesome. That's really awesome for Xbox. The Velocity 1 flight stick, that's awesome. That's great. That's going to be a huge improvement over which is great for Xbox. That's gonna be a much improved thing on Xbox. That's gonna be a game changer now that you're on it for Xbox. That's gonna be a game changer. That's gonna be a very Yeah, nice and watch and listen right now. Taxing my DC-3. Once I would climb, I'll listen again. Hey, no worries. No worries at all, Kari. No worries at all. So we're continuing going straight here. Let's see some other stuff going on. So everything's looking at pretty good. So 43, we're doing pretty good. 43% on the main tanks, that's really good. If we can get past that 4 point, we can just change to the secondary tank, to our auxiliary tanks, and we can make the rest of the journey on just the ox, which is really, really good. We're doing really, really well with the tank and the fuel situation. But yeah, this tour will start getting kicking once we went to Japan, because we're going to visit the entirety of Japan. As well, we'll be visiting like Sendai, Tokyo, and we'll be doing multiple legs of that once we get to Japan, which is going to be a ton of fun. So I'll be back in 1 second. So I'll be right back. Just 1 second. I got something to do in 1 second. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me go ahead and put this up. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, just had to do something quick for just a second. So yeah, we're doing really well in the fuel situation here. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about another thing I want to talk about. Let's talk about the Filipino language, actually. The Filipino language is actually an Austronesian language. It is the national language of the Philippines. It is one of the two official languages in the country, along with English. It is a standardized variety of Tagalog based on the native dialects spoken and written in Metro Manila, which is the center of the archipelago. Filipino, like other Austronesian language, commonly uses verb, subject, object order, but it can also be used with subject, verb, object order as well. Filipino follows the trigger system of morphosyntactic alignment that's also common with the Austronesian languages as well. So Filipino has its language. So that's a little bit about Filipino. So more information. The reason why it's important to have this one language is because the Philippines itself is actually a multilingual state. It has 184 different living languages by different groups. But it wasn't until the Europeans arrived there that established their language, and it would be based off the Tagalog language that was ruled in Manila by the time. And the comparison between modern Filipino and Tagalog is they're considered to be originally to be separate languages, but there are several differences between that and modern Tagalog. And in terms of the alphabet, it is the modern alphabet of the Filipino language, and it consists of 28 letters, including the original 26 in the Latin alphabet. But it also contains two more words: the Spanish the N with the little thing on top, which is N, and finally the NG diagram of Tagalog itself. Now, the abacada developed in the 20th century have fewer consonants. Most languages in the Philippines share vowels after Spanish colonization and the standardization of Filipino. The vowels ENO become much more common due to the Spanish colonizing the place back in the day. And there's a couple of Filipino words that are very important to learn while visiting the country. They include bless, manopo, bless, u in Hindi means yes and no. U means yes. O means yes. Hindi means no. Then salamat is thank you. Again, that's copied from other Austronesian languages like Malaysian and Indonesia have the similar word, salamat. Then your welcome is walang anuman. Walang anuman. Anuman. So that's your welcome. Then there's paalam. Paalam. Goodbye. Paalam. Then where's the comfort room, which is the restroom basically in the Filipino language? Nasaan ang CR. Nasaan ang CR. Where is the comfort room? It's delicious is translated in Philippines as ang sarap. Ang sarap. It's delicious. how you're doing in the Philippine language is Kumusta. Kumusta. That is how you're doing. And finally, in excuse or sorry, you do pa-umanhin. Pa-umanhin. Excuse or sorry. So that's a little bit of the Philippine language. If you guys want me to keep this up so you guys can practice, I'll keep it up for just a little bit longer. So. Hey, good to see you, Foxtrot. Nice to see you, Flox. Yes, it's very similar to Como Esta in Spanish. Yes, it's because a lot of it's based on Spanish or stuff. That some parts of Spanish are part of Filipino language. That's correct. Good to see you, Foxtrot. Give a shout to one of my closest friends in the fencing community, the Foxtrot himself. Awesome guy as well. He's been huge. He's been a mod in my community and one of its most important members. So good to see a Flox. He does a lot of bush stream content. He does fly around the Pacific Northwest and flies a wide variety of GA planes. So if you like that sort of stuff, check out Flox. He makes some great content. It's great to see you, my dude. So we're in the Philippines right now. We're just around the outer edge of the island of Palawan. We're gonna head along the coast. We're not gonna get to Manila. We're gonna be a little far from Manila, but we're gonna mainly stay around the west coast of the Philippines. So we're doing quite well, Flux. So we are doing really well. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this review. Man, is it pretty out here? Look at all the little islands and inlets throughout the whole place. It is so cool. So how are things going for you? We are about halfway there. 803 nautical miles. We are about halfway there. Because 803 divided by 2 is 401. We are just about halfway there, which is really impressive for a fight like this. Tim in the Cessna 172. I see him out there. There's Red Dragon with us as well. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful in the Philippines today. Today's been beautiful all day. So far, let's check our tanks. We are doing 37% on the main, so we're actually doing really, really well. We're about halfway to our waypoint, between waypoint 3 and 4 of my things, so we're about halfway there from there. So we're doing really, really well right now. So in terms of other stuff as well, so I'm ready to do a quiz. I haven't done me a quiz today. I haven't done so in quite a while. Let's go. Okay. Hey, dinner time for me, Dougal. Thank you so much, Dougal, for coming along today. Enjoy your dinner. And if I don't see you today, I'll check by later with the shadows after stream. Let's go ahead and do a quick quiz. Why we're flying here? 17 things in 5 minutes about airline paint schemes. So we're gonna go ahead and do a quiz just to pass some time. I'll talk more in the slideshow later, but I want to do it. So we'll be doing this quiz thing together. So 3, 2, 1. Let's do the quiz. This is United Airlines. United. That's because they merged with Continental. This one, it is going to be China Airlines. Yep, a Taiwan This livery here is famous for the Eskimo. That is Alaska Airlines, because that has the Eskimo. This has the classic Lufthansa symbol. It is Lufthansa. That is the classic symbol. That is another famous airline. That's Australia's flag carrier, Qantas. Qantas Airways. Then, of course, is the oldest currently still operating American airline. This is Delta, which, by the way, I have a t-shirt. It's Delta Airlines. Visit the museum. And then I see a lot of these in my home airport. Southwest. Southwest Airlines, the largest operator of the 737s. Then this livery here is Canada's flag carrier, Air Canada. And then I bet you European carrier folks probably know this one. It's the infamous Irish low-cost carrier, Ryanair. Then, of course, we have American Airlines, AA, American Airlines. One of the big four of the American Airlines. Then I flew this back during my stream to Jeju Island. That is South Korea's flag carrier, Korea Airlines. Korean Air. Then we get to probably the oldest airline still operating today. We have the world's oldest airline, KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines. This one is Mexico's flag carrier, Aeromexico. Aeromexico, Mexico's flag carrier. Then this one is France's flag carrier, Air France. That's France's flag carrier. This is Japan Airlines, obviously. That's Japan's flag carrier. This one is Israel's flag carrier, El Al. Also, if you guys didn't know, El Al is the only one to carry air defense stuff, flares and stuff into its cockpit. Then, of course, company Speedbird, call sign Speedbird, British Airways. And that's it. That's all 17. In 2 minutes and 36 seconds, I got all of them right. Beautiful. That's pretty fun. So that was pretty cool. Managed to get all the airline liveries right. So that's just a little bit about some information. So I'm gonna go ahead and check down the tanks. Okay, we're about, that's 90, about 70 gallons in the about 70 to 60% of the main tanks. So, okay, we're still doing quite well. And we're going to change them a little bit later. 65 gallons on the main tank. So let's go over a little bit more about our slideshow then. Next, we're going to talk about the Filipino economy, the economy of the Philippines. So the economy of the Philippines is currently the 40th largest economy in the world with an estimated GDP of 401.6 billion as of 2022. It's currently a newly industrialized economy as well, transitioning from agriculture to services being their main industry. Primary exports included integrated circuits, office machinery, parts, insulated wiring, conductors, and transformers. However, a major part of the Philippine economy has been foreign remittances from workers in other countries. As well, and they account for 8.9% of GDP comes from remittances from overseas Filipinos. And service industries such as tourism and business products have been areas that are currently growing in the country. Has been that. In terms of agriculture, 24% of the Filipino workforce works in agriculture. Mainly, they are one of the world's largest producers of coconuts, and in fact, they're the world's largest exporter of all coconut-based products. It's also one of the world's leading rice producers, 8th in the world, and is one of the largest producers of sugar as well. They're also a major player in shipbuilding as well, with many shipyards throughout the country. And as a result, it became the world's 4th largest shipbuilding nation in the world in 2010. And of course, aerospace and automotive products have also been a big deal here in the Philippines as well. But the big deal that's recently rising is offshoring and outsourcing their businesses. In business processing outsourcing. In fact, it's so important that in fact they even surpassed India, which is pretty crazy to think about. In science and technology, they got quite a few projects they've been working on, mainly with rice, on new rice varieties. They also have a lot of cell phone users. Because the Philippines is one of the most heavily used cell phone users in the world. And text messaging is such a popular communication that in 2007, they sent an average of 1 billion text messages per day. As well. They also have a space agency as well, the Philippine Space Agency as well, and they did their first microsatellite back in 2016. Which is pretty cool. And then we have tourism. Tourism's been a big rise in the Philippines. It's currently rising. It's rebounding now. Back in 2019, before lockdowns, it was about 12% of the Philippine economy is tourism. And the reason why it's such a popular tourist destination is because it has rich biodiversity, It has tons of potential, but the major issue, what holds it back, is the political and societal problems in Filipino society. However, the reason that I say that it has a lot of potential is because it's home to the Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park, one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It's also home to 6 other UNESCO World Heritage Sites in 9 locations, 3 biosphere reserves, and 3 intangible cultural heritage sites in the Philippines. And there's tons of attractions. They include Vigan, which we will be flying over the city of Vigan, one of the last pieces of you can find the old churches. You can find a variety of Baroque churches that are still there, despite the fact they survived all the world wars. They also got a lot of reefs and natural parks. And then, of course, there's also lots of Filipino cuisine, which makes it extremely unique. Combine the fact that there's tons of activities to do, like beaches, hiking, research, recreation, arts, crafts, and its rich culture, just make the Philippines have so much potential for tourism. It's crazy. Hey, Eric Flight, yeah, you're still here. No worries. But yeah, the Philippines is very, very rich with that culture, and that's why the Philippines, I think, has so much potential to really go. But it's been vulnerable due to the societal issues and political problems. If they can find a way to fix that, oh man, the Philippines would be in a good position. And then we get to transportation here in the Philippines. So in terms of transportation, it's facilitated by many of the roads and stuff. And remember, there's over 7,500 islands, so transportation at the Philippines has improved a lot throughout the time. In terms of roads and all that, there's over 135,000 miles of roads throughout the entirety of the Philippines. And they include several major highways throughout it, mainly the Pan-Philippine Highway, which is a network of 2,100 miles of roads, bridges, and ferry services that connect the main islands together, and is the principal transport backbone of the Philippines. There's also a couple of bits of expressways and all that. And there's over 5.8 million registered motor vehicles in the country, with motorcycles and tricycles accounting for 60% of them. One unique form of vehicle you can find here in the Philippines that makes it pretty unique compared to other places is jeepneys. Yes, jeepneys is the most popular form of public transportation in the Philippines. And originally, these vehicles were made from leftover U.S. military jeeps from World War II. And they have decorated, they're known for their flamboyant decoration and crowd seating, and have become a ubiquitous symbol of Filipino culture. So they take the jeeps and they modify the Army jeeps. They put all sorts of colorful paintings and everything. And the reason they also become popular is because they are kind of inexpensive. Because if you recall, the previous public transportation was destroyed by World War II, so they had to be creative. And jeepneys have gained a lot of popularity throughout the years. And they even modernized, and now currently they have modernized some of the jeepneys as well. And they've done so much modernization with the jeepneys, and that's why they are definitely a very popular symbol of Filipino culture. There's also rail transport as well throughout Manila, and there's even a national railway. There has been proposals of more railways, but of course water transport is extremely important. The main water transport is the Bangka, which is between the islands. But also for fishing, they got ferry services from rivers and throughout many islands. And then for air transport, in terms of transportation, the air is extremely important to the Philippines. Jeepneys are pretty much, yes, they're pretty much hot rod buses. In terms of the Philippines, for air transportation. The Philippines have had a long history of the Philippines, but even back before World War II, and it's home to several major airlines that operate here. And obviously aviation is important because it's the fast way to get between the two islands. There's two main domestic airline companies groups, as Philippine Airlines and Cebu Pacific. Cebu Pacific is the dominant airline for domestic flights, while the Philippine Airlines is the flag here of the Philippines. And believe it or not, it's actually the first commercial airline to be founded in Asia, which is pretty cool. The largest international airport is currently Ninoy Aquino International in Manila. Back in 2022, it served 20 million passengers. But in the past, before COVID, just the year previously, it breached over 45 million. It actually, in 2019, breached 47 million passengers. 47 million people travel to Manila. It is a major hub in Southeast Asia. It's one of the biggest ones in the region. Then there's a secondary gateway is Clark International, and that was originally meant to replace Ninoy Aquino, but instead they're going to build a new international airport in and they're going to build a new airport in Manila coming, I believe, in the 2010s. Oh yeah, yeah. There's going to be a new Manila airport, and that's going to be built. It's going to be planned to be finished in 2026. So that will be the new Manila airport as well. But there's been quite a few issues with transportation, mainly traffic congestion and air pollution are the two big issues facing transportation in the Philippines. So yeah, that covers the transportation part of the Philippines. So definitely some pretty interesting stuff about here as well. So the new Manila Airport is currently being built. It's going to have 4 runways of over 11,000 feet long. It's going to be built on a 2,500 hectare site. It's going to be at 735.64. I believe it's Filipino. Is it peso? Probably. What's currency? Just look at it. Yeah, it's the Philippine peso. 765 Philippine peso. But it's going to replace Ninoy Aquino by 2026. Featured it's going to feature 4 runways of it as well. And it can even expand all the way to 6 runways if it really wants to expand. And apparently it will have a capacity of 200 million passengers a year, which is 6 times more than the current Manila airport, which is huge, by the way. But yeah, it's going to be a huge international airport in the Philippines. But I mean, it makes sense though, because Manila is a major hub of Southeast Asia. Very, very important. For sure. And trust me, Manila's already a really busy airport. Some more information about the Philippines as well. For transportation, Philippine Airlines was established back in February 6, 1941, and it commenced operations of March that year. It's the first and oldest commercial airline in Asia. It is quite a long history. This airline has quite the history as well. They grew during the 1960s and 80s. However, it suffered a lot during the Asian financial crisis in 1997. As well. In addition to that long history, they have quite a wide range of fleets as well. They got quite a bit of a fleet as well. So in their fleet, they got they have 46 planes in their fleet, including 21 A320-200s. They're gonna get 21 A321neos to replace their A320 normal ones. They got 10 A330-300s. They already got 2 Airbus A350s and 9 777-300ERs in their fleet. The Airbus A321 is used for the short and medium haul flights that serve Southeast and East Asia, like Hong Kong, Singapore, Bangkok, as well as major domestic destinations. The A330s primarily did the Asian Oceania routes, but also in U.S. territories like Hawaii, Honolulu, and Guam, and major domestic destinations like General Santos, Cebu, and Davao. And the A350 is going to be for the long-haul flights, like to New York, Toronto, London, and Vancouver. But also, apparently they're even used some of the regional Asian flights during peak seasons, like high-demand destinations like Seoul, Bangkok, Hong Kong City, Singapore, Tokyo. And then finally, the 777-300ERs for long-haul flights to LA, San Francisco, Vancouver, and Toronto. And apparently they're also gonna probably get the 777X to replace their 777-300ER, which is definitely gonna be pretty cool for the Philippines as well. And then their former fleet, they got quite a lot of former planes. They used to operate Airbus A300s, the A310s, A320s, which is transferred to their regional stuff, the regional brand. Philippine Airline Express. They've operated multiple 737 models. They've operated the Twin Otter. Actually, they actually use the Twin Otter, believe it or not, but they use it for rural services in Mindanao. And several of them were lost due to accidents. They flew the DC-3s all the way to the 70s, actually. They had DC-3s and they flew them to the 70s. Pretty crazy. They operated DC-6s, 2 DC-6, they operated the DC-8s, MD-11s, but only for a few years. But yeah, that is Philippine Airlines as well. That's a little bit about the Philippine Airlines, the flag carrier of the Philippines, just a bit of information and facts, so you guys can actually learn all about the world's airlines and all that. So we have Red Dragon still. Man, he's still flying along. That's awesome. So we are around 347 nautical miles away. 347 more to go. That's pretty awesome. Go stretch. But what a beautiful day for sure. So, okay, let me check the fuel again. Up in the fuel 24. I can go a little longer. I want to maximize the time we have flying here. If we get to the waypoint, I'll just go ahead and change the tank so we can just go for the rest of the flight. Just to get the lower tanks. But man, that's impressive. 509 miles on one tank. You're almost 600 on one tank? That's pretty impressive. So it's great to have you guys. I hope you guys are having a great Sunday. I'm glad you guys are here checking out the stream as well. If you guys still want to join in along, I have my Discord here. Here it is. I have a YouTube channel as well where I put my bots as well. Now for more information, the other major airline that operates in the Philippines is Cebu Pacific, which was founded back in 1988. It is Asia's oldest low-cost airline. Serves many domestic destinations, but also a few international ones too. With its low-cost business model, it became the Philippines' largest airline based on passengers flown by both domestic and international routes. And currently, the airline has shared a 57% in the domestic market. And it was established on August 26, 1988. And they grew quite a bit throughout much of the 2000s. But it really grew during the 20th century. And they serve all sorts of destinations, both in the Philippines, but also internationally as well. Like Indonesia, China, Australia. And their fleet consists of Airbus A320s, including the Neos, A321 families, and yes, they're going to be grabbing the A321 XLR. They're going to get 10 of those, of the 3 XLR models of the A321. And they're also going to get orders for the A330-900 models, which is the A330neo. But yeah, they're going to get... And basically, the A321 XLR has some incredible range of around 5,000 nautical miles, which is pretty insane to think about in a low-density cabin around that. And the proposed range is going to be around 4,500 nautical miles, which is going to be absolutely incredible, allowing them to reach all sorts of destinations from port, which I think is great. Just makes me wish Boeing never got rid of the 757. Yes, makes me wish why did Boeing want to get rid of the 75? I don't know. like the 757 with new engines would have incredible range as well. In real life, it can reach 3,900 nautical miles. If it had more modern engines, which if it had more powerful modern engines, I would think the range probably be around 5,000, which would be amazing. It would have even more capacity than the normal than the A321 with even more range. But yeah, I think not having the 757 I think was a huge mistake for Boeing. Like, no offense to the 737, which is, I do like the 737, but I think if that's the future, Boeing should have done the 75 a long time ago. Because, like I said, the 757 was popular with airliners, it was popular with the airlines. So that's going to be a little bit about that. For the plans for the next couple of weeks, for the next couple of streams, I've already planned this out. On Wednesday, we'll be back with the airliners. We'll go from Auckland to Queenstown. Be a nice short flight, and domestic flight. I'll be taking the 737 700 from Auckland over to Queenstown. It should be absolutely beautiful for some airline flying into there as well. And then on Friday, next Friday, we'll be in the de Havilland Beaver. And we'll take the Beaver float plane up through Alaska. We'll be visiting all sorts of destinations in the 50th state of Alaska. We'll be visiting there. And then next Sunday, we'll be heading to China, to our only destination in the mainland China, in Macau, which will be shorter than this one for sure. So I do love the gyro pilot. I can't help course but keep a level. Yeah, the gyro pilot takes a bit of getting used to. It's hard to keep this thing level, but I mean you do have to adjust for the cockpit for sure. Or at least has a turn knob. Yeah, yeah, it does. You're right. It does have a turn knob, which is pretty good. Hey, Boozy Sheep with a rate of 9 people. Hello, Boozy Sheep. Good to see you. Of course, my good friend Plan Neutral. We have Crazy 3. Good to see you, Boozy Sheep. I hope you've had a great stream today. We're heading our way over to Laoag in the Philippines as well. We took off from Kota, Kinabalu about 3 hours ago. Quite a bit long ago, we took off from Kinabalu in Malaysia. We traveled to Puerto Princesa. Back in the Philippines, we're about to turn left pretty soon. Good to see you guys. Let me go ahead and give a shout out for a couple people. Check out Boozy Sheep's channel. He does a lot of fights and stuff. I hope you had a great stream, so I'm gonna give a shout out to your channel. And then a fellow content creator and someone who appreciates my kind of talents, Plan Neutral, makes some great GA content for MSFS, an awesome friend of the community, and a shout out for Comment Crazy as well. So guys, thank you so much for coming on to today's stream. Thanks guys for the raid. You ever had it? Oh, you had internet issues. Oh no, that's never good. Having internet issues while raiding, that is never good. Nothing good is ever gonna come. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and check my fuel capacity. 18. I can go a little higher. But yeah, we're doing quite well today. We've already just the fun part I'm gonna have trying to hit the 1 altitude restriction. I'm gonna have to mainly figure out when I need to start going down. Yeah, that's the thing about DC-6. If you probably read, if you ever heard a thing called Sim Brief, it'll probably show you a top and sit thing. If you had that, that would be a huge help. If you did Sim Brief, it'll tell you the top of climb and then top of descent, where you need to start descending. But yeah, it's great to have all you guys be here today on this long Friday stream. I'm gonna be going upstairs for a second. I gotta refill my drinks. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's pull up the camera. Alright, I'm back. So, he says Simbri wants me to go down way after where I should be. No, I think Simbri's kind of right about that, though. For top of descent. So to our right, we can definitely see one of the other islands. Again, one of the mini islands of the Visias. We're about to reach to the island of Luzon. So. There's a formula to figure out based on speed and altitude. Yeah, there's the top of descent formula. Top of descent calculator. Calculate your descent path. So if you start at 10,000 feet and you want to go to 2,000, your speed knots 160, 160. Yeah, in descent range. That's right. Uh, 16. But yeah, we are around just under 300 nautical miles remaining on this trip. So we should be. We're about just about under 2 hours left to go. So we are doing quite well. So let's see. I think we're pretty close to making our turn. Yep, we're about 20 nautical miles away from our thing. So I guess we can go ahead in the World 3 maybe? Probably. All right, let's actually let me do another quiz. Let me do another quiz. We're gonna go with, let's go with another, okay, let's do this one. All right, which are the 10 least populous countries in Asia? Country. No, let's do it. Asia, okay. All right, let's talk about the top 10 most populous countries in all of Asia. Let's do that one. You picked the 10 countries that least to most. The least of all of those, it is Vietnam. Whoops. Let's replay that. Oh, most populous to least. China, India, and the third most populous country in all of Asia is Indonesia. Then following Indonesia is actually Russia. No, it's not Russia. China, India, Indonesia, Pakistan. China, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Then Russia, Japan, Philippines. Oh, I got it. Bangladesh, Russia, Japan, Philippines, Vietnam, and Iran. There we go. Yeah. Because China, India are the top 2 in the world. Indonesia is actually the 4th most populous country in the world. Is actually Indonesia. Is actually the world's number 4th, I believe. Yeah, Indonesia I think is 4th most. Because Indonesia is actually number 4th in population. It's Indonesia. Then we have Pakistan, who's the 5th largest population in the world. Pakistan. Bangladesh is 8th largest in the world at 169 million. Then Russia at 146 million. Then we get to Japan at 124 million. The Philippines is 12th largest population in the world. Then we have Vietnam at 15th and Iran at that. So yeah, those are the population of the world based on that order. Yeah, that is a bit about the world population stats. So this is Lubang Island in front of us. This is Lubang Island. So here. Let's. we're gonna go ahead and turn. We're about to turn over to the left. So let's take a panoramic view of Lubang Island. Definitely a very pretty day for sure in the Philippines. So we're about 270 nautical miles out from our final stop. So I think it's about time we change tanks. So we're gonna finally switch our tanks. Left aux, right auxiliary tank, and that is going to switch tanks. So this will be the feel for the rest of the trip is we're gonna switch tanks. So these tanks lasted for a whole 600 plus nautical miles. Not 600, nearly over 570 nautical miles of tanks. Which is really impressive. These things last long as they did. So we're going to continue moving forward. So let's go over our slideshow for today. This would be the culture section of the Philippines. So the Philippines has a very distinct culture in the Philippines. It is characterized by cultural diversity, and although the multiple ethnic groups of the Philippines have only recently established a shared national identity, their cultures were all shaped by geography and history of the region and by centuries of interaction with neighboring cultures and colonial powers. In more recent times, Filipino culture also has been influenced through its participation in the global community. And as a result, geography, because of its multiple archipelagos, the geography plays a massive role in the history of Filipino culture. Because there's over 7,000 islands, there is a lot of different ethnic groups and cultures that are established through hundreds of years, with each of their own languages and identities. As well. So quite a unique, diverse culture. For architecture, the Philippines, before the arrival of the European colonizers, the most common form of housing in the archipelago at the time was Austronesian architecture, which is a group of people based on Taiwan, Southeast Asia, Micronesia, and they And that's why, and you can still see some of their influence today with some of the Filipino architecture for today. During the Spanish era, the newly Christianized lowland culture evolved a new style known as nipa huts, characterized by simple materials like bamboo and coconut as the main source of wood. Kugon grass, nippon palm trees, and coconut fronds used as roof, and most primitive homes were built in stilts due to the frequent flooding. And Spanish architecture has left a pretty big implant in the Philippines, with many towns designed around the central square, but many of the buildings that bear it were unfortunately demolished during World War II due to all the bombings and stuff. Some examples, though, still do remain, mainly the country's churches, government buildings, and universities. And in 4 of these churches are even part of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including the Church of St. Augustine in Manila, Poway Church in in Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, which is the Nuestra Señora de la Asunción, and Santo Tomas de Villanueva Church in Iloilo, are all churches that were UNESCO World Heritage. You can also see the colonial architecture still seen in central buildings, like a lot of the churches, houses, schools, and more. And then when the Americans came around in 1898, there was a new breed of architecture, which led to Art Deco style theaters and government buildings. But basically, there is a wide variety of different architecture structures and all that throughout the Philippines, and that's what makes the Philippines quite a unique place, in more ways than just one, for sure. So definitely a very, very cool. And then there's visual arts. You can find lots of poetry and all that throughout the Philippines as well. You can find pottery, which has been around from 5 BC to 225. You can find pottery made of it's in the paints can found in clay mixed with water back in the old days. And then when the Spanish came around with the European traditions, they came around during the 17th century. Filipinos have created their own paintings from the 17th century onwards. Mainly the earliest one being the church frescoes, religious imagery, as well as engraving, sculpture, and lithographs featuring Christian icons. However, during the 19th and 20th centuries, paintings and sculptures were basically a mixture of religious, political, and landscape artworks. The Itneg people were known for their woven fabric, including the binacol, which is features designs that incorporate optical illusions, and it's the local painting of the Philippines, as well as different kinds of painting and artwork. There's also Islamic artwork, mainly in the regions of Mindanao. There's some Islamic artwork. So that's something to keep in mind about the Philippines, is the art. And then in terms of this next one is the music of the Philippines. So Filipino music, early on, featured a mix of indigenous, Islamic, and variety of Asian sounds that flourished before European and American colonizations within the 16th and 20th centuries. Spanish settlers in Filipinos played a wide variety of instruments, including flutes, guitar, ukulele, violin, trumpet, and drums. They also performed songs and dances to celebrate festive occasions. By the 21st century, many of the folk songs and dances have even remained intact, even despite everything that happens. Some of the groups that perform folk songs, quite a few, and many Filipino musicians have risen to prominence, including Antonio J. Molina, composer Felipe P. de Leon, known for his national themes, and the opera singer Jovita Fuentes. In modern-day Filipino music, there's several styles, including Filipino rock, hip-hop, and other styles. And some are traditional, like folk music as well, are still popular here as well. There's also the classic serenade tradition known as the Harana as well, which is known as a serenade as well. Pretty cool. And then in addition to their rich music, they also have rich literature. Their literature is very diverse and rich with its works throughout the centuries. Starting with the ancient Filipinos was traditional folk tales and legends. And the main themes of Philippine literature focus on the country's pre-Hispanic cultural traditions and the social political histories of both its colonial and contemporary traditions. Most of the traditional literature of the Philippines was written during the Spanish period and well preserved orally prior to Spanish colonization. And the literature is written in Spanish, English, or any of the indigenous Philippine languages. Some of the well-known works were created in the 17th and 19th centuries, including the famous epic the Ibang Adarna, which is about a magical bird, which was claimed to be written by Jose de la Cruz, or Hussein Siswa. As well, there's also the prominent Filipino poet Francisco Balcatas de la Cruz, and is considered to be one of the greatest literary laureates in his generation for his literature in the Philippines, with his greatest work, the Florante at Laoag in 1838. There's also attempts to revive all the indigenous ethnic script, or suyat. However, it came up with major backlash as it became controversial due to tag-along people while dismissing the traditional script of over 100 ethnic groups. So it's definitely unique in that. And then of course we gotta talk about Filipino cuisine. Yeah. Filipino cuisine, Filipinos cook a wide variety of foods that, with their influence by Indian, Chinese, influence a lot of the indigenous ingredients from India and China. However, when the Spaniards and friars in the 16th century, they brought in produce from the Americas, like chili peppers, tomatoes, corn, potatoes, and sauteing with garlic and onions. They brought all that to the mix as well. Eating out is a favorite pastime for Filipinos, and a typical Pinoy diet consists of 6 meals a day, which is breakfast, snacks, lunch, snacks, dinner, and a midnight snack before sleep, with rice being the staple in the Filipino diet. And Filipinos actually use spoons with forks and knives as well. The Filipino cuisine has quite a long history as well. At the same time, food that came from the Philippines on the Manila Galleons brought in food to the New World and brought Chinese influences like tofu, soy sauce, and more. And even brought some Mexican food here too, which is pretty fun. And of course, the Americans also had their own influence as well, creating a very unique Filipino cuisine. But there are some major staples in dishes as well, like fruit, rice, coconuts, fruits and vegetables, with meat like chicken, pork, beef, and fish. But of course, the most popular Filipino dish, the unofficial main national dish of it is adobo. Adobo is the main dish. It consists of pork or chicken or both, stewed and braised in sauce usually made of vinegar, cooking oil, garlic, bay leaf, peppercorns, and soy sauce, and it can be prepared dried or wet as well. And you can make a sobo in tons of ways. I mean, it's a very versatile dish as well. You can put it on rice, you can put it with broccoli, scallions, green beans. Like, there's so many variations on it to make adobo, for example. There's also vinegar-based stews known as paksiwi. There's also Philippine stew known as kare-kare. And dinigon are very popular stews. Kare-kare is known as peanut stew, which is cooked in a peanut-based preparation. In addition to that as well, the stews, there's also noodle dishes as well, which are very popular here with noodles, vegetables, and all that, known as pancit. which is noodle dishes. And of course, they also got breads as well. But basically, they have all sorts of different cuisines. They also have chilled drinks. Like cold fruit drinks are very popular due to tropical climates. And in the Philippines is primarily a coffee drinking nation. But soon teas also gained popularity too. And of course desserts as well, made of rice and coconut desserts. And it also has some pretty exotic foods. Eel crickets. Soup number 5, which is got from parts of it. And more. And one of the most infamous dishes in the Filipino tradition is balut, which is basically a boiled pre-hatched poultry egg. Ugh. I saw Andrews ever eat that. Well, there's definitely a lot, but Filipino food has gained a lot of popularity in the United States because a lot of the Filipino immigrants brought a lot of Filipino food. So, their cuisine is a pretty big deal. And of course, there's also fast food chains here too in Philippines. And the most popular fast food chain that has been extremely popular is Jollibee, which is basically their equivalent of McDonald's in terms of popularity and success. So there's that. And then for sports, sports are like many other places. Sports is very popular in part of the country culture. There are 6 major sports in the Philippines: basketball, boxing, tennis, football, billiards, and volleyball. The Philippines has also produced many world champions of boxing, including Francisco Guiedo, Pancho Villa, Seferino Garcia, Nonito Donaire, the Filipino Flash, and for many people when they think of Filipino boxers, Manny Pacquiao, Pac-Man, who is one of the great boxers. And they are very popular as well. The Philippines have many traditional sports that are very popular in the colonial era, including archery, horse riding, fling sports, wrestling sports, dart sports, track sports, and traditional martial arts. And those are still popular among the youth as well. In terms of other sports too, about the Philippines, in terms of team sports, I know everyone knows boxing is very, very popular. But in terms of traditional sports, basketball is actually a big deal in the Philippines. Is basketball, whereas the Philippines men's basketball team is among the best in all of Asia. And of course, other sports are growing. Baseball's growing. Association football is kind of a deal here as well. So, definitely some pretty interesting stuff going around. And we're finally going to get to some of the festivals in the Philippines. So there's quite a few festivals in the Philippines. Those fiestas, they date back to the Spanish period, when the Spaniards introduced Christianity. Most Philippine towns and cities have a patron saint assigned to each of the cities. And fiestas serve as either religious, cultural, or both, and they're held to honor the patron saint of their town, including local products and celebrate a bountiful harvest. And these fiestas can be categorized by holy masses, processions, parades, theatrical play reenactments, religious and cultural rituals, trade fairs, exhibits, concerts, pageants, and more. there's quite a few festivals around with them. As well. And there's also religious holidays. Christmas is a big one for holidays as well, and Christmas actually lasts for quite a long time. But yeah, that is Filipino culture for you guys. Just a little bit of information about the Philippines and the culture of the country. This, like I said, this country has extremely rich culture and it's very diverse. Creating a very, very unique heritage that not many other places in Asia have. So yeah, that sounds pretty good. But man, is it pretty out here today? So we got quite a few hills and stuff. So we're right outside of the city of, this is Olongapo. Olongapo is to our right as well. Yeah, great to have everyone here again. Let's... So we're just about 209 miles out. We have only about an hour remaining left to go. Really impressive, guys. Let's see if we can finish this off with a great ending to the stream. So now we're going to get pretty close into it as well. Again, travel along the coast. There's also Maddox NG is also with us today as well. He's way up in the air. So we're doing quite well. We're almost reaching to Manila. We're reaching there as well. So we're doing really well. We could definitely see quite a few of the more hills. We see High Peak to our northeast, part of the Philippines. So yeah, guys, I hope I want to ask you in chat, do you have any plans between now and the next time you get to see me stream on Wednesday? So I'm definitely going to get involved in quite a few other things as well. So that's gonna be where I'm gonna be doing. So again, we don't have much farther to go. We only have 184 miles to go. There's about an hour left to go. So thank you guys for sticking here with me today. I can understand sometimes it's a long fight like this. It can get kind of a bit boring. So I'm gonna go ahead and do probably a quiz, maybe a quiz or two, just pass the time. Yes, Final Four, Leo, Chicago. Yes. Yukon, yes, they're Final Four. Michigan, yes. St. Mary's, not. Oklahoma, they are in the Final Four. Not. Baylor, yes. Oh, they did not get it. Missouri. No. Oh, okay. That's fine. So if you look at the coast, this coast definitely is absolutely stunning here. The coast here is very pretty right here. You can definitely see some of the photogrammetry down here on the ground. It looks really, really nice down here on the ground for sure. As well. So we are about to make the home final stretch. We just got to do one more turn and then we get ready to get going. On back. We just have one more hour of streaming left to go. Let's see if we get the rest of it. Hey, Infidel Fireman, good to see ya. So yeah, we're only 164 nautical miles away from Laoag, Philippines. We took off from Kota, Kinabalu a long time ago. We passed through the island of Palawan, and we're just going up through the west coast of the Philippines. So we're going to be continuing from here. So it's good to see you, Infidel Fireman. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing quite well myself. I'm doing very well myself. I've been in the air for about over 4 hours now. Been in the air for over nearly 4 hours. So I've been in the air for a long, long time. Hey, Red Dragon, unfortunately, not enough time to complete the flight. I have to head out 15 minutes. Thanks for all the research and information you can see. Thank you so much, Red Dragon, for following along with me today. Thank you so much for coming here, as always, Red Dragon, and thank you so much for following along with me. I hope to catch you again, soon. Maybe I see you in the next stream, for sure. So have a great rest of your Sunday. We're gonna go ahead and turn back, and this will be the last turn we're gonna make. We're gonna keep on to this heading. – 156 nautical miles left to go for this journey. Thankfully, though, the next leg is going to be much, much shorter, because next leg is going to be to Macau, and that's only going to be 544, which, in that case, that would be about 3 hours of flight, so that's going to be considerably shorter. Then after that one, and then the next one afterwards is going to be even shorter than that one. Again, that one would also be another 3-hour trip into Taipei. And then once we do it, the Japan flights should be considerably shorter, so we'll be. So let's go ahead and talk about some fun facts about the Philippines. There are definitely some very fun facts about the country. One of the fun facts about the Philippines, it has of all the nurses around the world, they are the world's top supplier of nurses. Throughout the world, around 11 million Filipinos work overseas, and about 25 of the 11 million Filipinos that work overseas serve in the medical field. Which, by the way, that is around 2,750,000 people. And that's an estimate. That's a rough estimate. 2.75 million people of the Filipino overseas workers work in the medical field. And of course, they also do a lot of services and stuff, like a lot of people working for the Philippines. And a lot of the reason why people from the Philippines do work overseas is because there's not enough high-paying jobs in the Philippines, so a lot of the workers work overseas. So that is the thing. The Philippines is the texting capital of the world. Each day, an estimated 400 million text messages are sent in the Philippines, which is a lot. That's more than the United States, China, and even India. That's more than all of those countries. In Palawan, they found the world's largest pearl in the world at the time. It measured at 5.5 inches diameter, was 1.5 inches long, and it weighed 6.35 kilograms, which is around 14 pounds. It weighs 14 pounds, and it was the world's largest pearl until 2019. Basically, for those who don't know what a pearl is, pearls are basically they're basically a hard glistening object produced within the soft tissue of a mollusk. And the pearl is basically created when the mantle of the mollusk deposits layers of calcium carbonate, and a horn-like compound known as concolin, and they harden up to make a pearl. And they are a very valuable piece of jewelry. So there's that too. And finally, the last of the 4 facts I mentioned here. Christmas season in the Philippines lasts the longest, and you can actually, and it begins in September. It lasts from September to December is Christmas season in the Philippines. In the United States, where we live, Christmas season usually lasts for after Thanksgiving till Christmas Day. But for the Philippines, it starts all the way in September, 2 whole months before the rest of us gets to start Christmas. Pretty crazy stuff in the Philippines. So those are just some of the fun facts about the Philippines. And where are we gonna go? So let's see. But man, today has been a very good flight. Very nice, relaxing. And I'm currently having a great time here. So we're getting pretty close to where we need to get going. So let's see what's next. So some other MSFS stuff. Let's see some other stuff coming. Oh wait. So Flight Sim Expo announces schedule events. So they have a couple of schedules for Flight Sim Expo that's going to come in June. They got quite a few product announcements. And apparently Microsoft are also been events as well, which is huge news that Microsoft's making it. So they now have an activity schedule. Let's see. Oh no, my PMDG decided to kill me. Oh. Rest in peace, medic. My prop decided it didn't want to work properly and it foobarred your engines. Ah, no. Yeah, rest in peace. Medic. Well, now we have medics for the plane. Oh boy. one thing good came out of it. I was right by Cleveland when that happened. I guess so. All right, and then Fly-by-Wire has shared more detailed look yet for their E380 that's going to come out later this year for free, by the way. Yes, the A380, which is a massive airline. It's the largest airliner ever built. It's enormous. I mean, it makes the 747 look like a tiny plane. Look small by comparison. It's which I think is awesome. I mean, I can't wait to see when someone treats that A380, which is going to be amazing. And yeah, I might as well get the A380 myself and definitely take it out for a flight. If I were to get an A380, I would probably do some flying in Dubai. Probably, maybe do Istanbul to Dubai, which would make sense on those big old A380s. For sure, that would be a bunch of fun. Gonna do another short flight with her. I guess once I figure out why my folks didn't like me. Yeah, you gotta be a little careful with that DC-3. It takes a minute of time. So we'll start descending at some point soon. We're going to descend. When do I want to descend? Yes, I could descend. Probably descend a little later. So let's take her out. So yeah, we're back in the air with her. So we're getting not too far from the landing. We're about 100 nautical miles away. We will descend pretty soon. We'll start descending when we get near Vigon City. We'll be starting descent, which is around a quarter of my thing. About 50 nautical miles, we'll start our descent. So yeah. So we definitely see a couple more mountains. If we go further to the right, on the right side, you can definitely see some of the hill mountains. This includes Mount Laoag, Mount Dada, and all the stuff all throughout the northern coast of Luzon. Hopefully I'll get a chance to visit more of those regions in a separate stream, which I think would definitely be a very nice. So yeah, so I think we got room for one more quiz before we get ready to descend. Let's see, we're going to do. Let's see, let's do. The. That's. All right, let's do this one. Yeah, let's do video games of the 1990s. We got 30 games in 6 minutes. Let's see. Game one, this one is Doom. To the top left is Doom is actually one of the ones. This is Duke Nukem. That's top life. We have NBA Jam. The Need for Speed's one. Pokemon Red. We have Dance Dance Revolution. We have one of those is Star Fox. That's this one. This one. Let's see. We have Madden, NFL Madden. NFL 98. Then there's Techno Bowl. Okay, we have Metal Gear Solid. That was for the original PlayStation. Final Fantasy VII. Of course, I see GoldenEye 007. We have Mortal Kombat. That back in the day, Mortal Kombat is very infamous for its violence. StarCraft. In Korea, StarCraft is a massive deal. We have Street Fighter. We have Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Zelda Ocarina of Time. Yes, Zelda Ocarina of Time. We have SimCity. SimCity 2000. We have Half-Life. I believe that's Half-Life. Civilization. Yep. And of course we have Sonic the Hedgehog. You can't have, I mean, you can't have nice games without Sonic. Man. Resident Evil. Yep, Resident Evil 2, RE2, Super Mario 64. Of course, there's Mario Kart. Oh, there's Tomb Raider. The original Tomb Raider series. Yeah, the original Diablo. Yeah, Tecmo. Oh, Gran Turismo. I think that was cool. Yeah, the original Gran Turismo. Street Fighter, load the emulators. Yeah, the old 90s, oh man. I was born in the 90s. The games I played in the 90s, I played Sonic the Hedgehog, I played NBA Jam. Duke Nukem, I guess I'm gonna give up. Unfortunately, can't figure out the rest of the games. So, oh, Leisure Suit Larry. Micro Machines. Oh, Myth and Mist. Oh, I didn't know those other games. 99 here. Yep. Alright guys, I think we're about ready to send 71 nautical miles. We're going to go ahead and set this to 2,000 feet. It would be our descent. And we're going to go with a vertical speed of 400 feet per minute. Let's do that. So we are about to finally descend. For here as well. So we're going to be flying over, I don't have it in the notes, but we're about to fly over the city of Vigan. Vigan City. But Vigan is located here in the northern part of Luzon. But the reason why this place is famous in the Philippines is because it's one of the few Spanish colonial towns that has actually remained intact. Meaning this area was not affected by World War II. That means you can still see some of the old Spanish architecture from during the Spaniard era still survive, even to this day. But this city's been around since 1572. And it became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1999 as one of the best examples of Spanish colonial towns in Asia. It makes it one of the most unique architecturally in the world, by the way. And of course, the old cores and stuff are very popular tourist attractions. You can visit the old Spanish sites, the churches, and more. There's all sorts of great pictures of Vigan City for its old Spanish heritage as well. But man, today's been a really, really good flight today. Our stream's about to hit the 5-hour mark for the stream, which is pretty long time. But trust me, we're gonna get to the longest leg of the train for not too much longer. We'll be getting to the big one in about a couple of weeks. So what are you going to do when the ATR drops? Ah, good question. Then that will be for some of the Airline Wednesdays is going to be the ATR. Probably do some regional stuff. Because the ATR is used, ATR 72, that's used for a lot of routes. There would be a couple of interesting ones I could do. I mean, the Caribbean obviously would be one to do. Like regional routes, like from St. Martin to probably the Grenadines and Barbados could be one. Being island hopping routes throughout the Caribbean would be a good one. Another ATR thing I could do, probably some of the airports in Africa or Papua New Guinea would be a pretty good one. Having some Papua New Guinea would be a very interesting one to do. Like, there might be a few strips I could probably get the ATR down. That would be an obvious one. Like Papua New Guinea would be one. I'm thinking that I could do Indonesia, Papua New Guinea. There's also Central Asia, maybe. Potentially Central Asia might open up something to do. Africa would also be pretty good as well. But yeah. Yeah, ATR. Yeah, ATRs would be like the small regional stuff. Maybe the Philippines would also be pretty good. Like some of the more rural areas of the Philippines would definitely be really good. And then obviously the Pacific as well. But yeah, there's basically a lot of things I can use the ATR for. Is for the more regional stuff. I think that would be great. And of course, Northern Canada, Norway. But basically, yeah, a lot of areas that previously would have only taken an airline to get a jetliner. And obviously, also New Zealand as well for some of the more regional New Zealand routes. But yeah, basically there's just a lot of options I can do. ATC Pier does long flights in Montreal. Maybe have an ATR flight from Toronto to Montreal, but maybe do it from Toronto City Center or something like that, and do a scenic approach into Toronto. How cool would that be? Like right next to the city of Toronto. That would be exciting, sure. And yeah, and this is Begon City we just passed. So that is Begon City. We just passed that. So yeah, we're gonna get down to 2,000 feet so we can actually check out the natural scenery of the Philippines for a little bit. So we are about 34 nautical miles out from Laoag. So let's go ahead and get over the last couple slides for today, shall we? We already went through Port-au-Prince stuff. We've already went through that. Now we're gonna go Laoag, Philippines. Laoag, Philippines. In the Philippines. So Laoag is a third component city in the capital of the province of Ilocos Norte. Population of 11,000 people. It is the province's political, commercial, industrial hub. It also experiences prevailing monsoon climates, characterized with followed by a wet season. Long before it became part of the Spaniards, it existed an extensive region. But in 1571, when Spanish conquistadors had Manila under their control, they conquered this region. And as Christianization of the region grew, so did the landscape. However, the Spanish colonization of the region was never truly successful. But this area became a big part of the sugarcane brewers and all that. And it became a modern city in the 1960s. The economy of the island, it's within 2 hours of jet travel to any one of the major centers of it as well. Makes it one of the more busier ports in this area of the Philippines. It's also a forefront in green technology in the Philippines after Danish investors set up the first wind-driven power plant in Southeast Asia. And a major part of tourism has been a huge deal in the city, including the first 5-star hotel in the northern Philippines. It's also got tons of Spanish colonial buildings, Baroque churches, the La Paz sand dunes, and resorts and more, including the Laoag Cathedral, which was built in 1612. It makes it a pretty big deal for tourism. But tourism becomes a huge part of the city as well. And we will be checking out Laoag International Airport, Roma, Papua, Lima, India. It is the main airport serving in the area of Laoag. It has a 2,700 meter runway or 9,000 feet. It is the only airport in the region and is the northernmost international airport in the country. It became part of World War II as Kinabalu Airfield for the Japanese. Then after the war, it hosted fire transport of the west of the United States. And then after the war, it was converted into a civilian airport, mainly for domestic flights and international flights to nearby countries of China, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And they would even go as far as Hawaii back in the day. And of course, this also became the stop of one of the world tour stops. In 2017, a DC-3 was landed and refueling. So there's that as well. Currently, it only has services to Manila, but it had a long history with international air travel. So that's it, everyone. So that is the last slides for today. Since we're getting pretty close to the airport, we're 29 miles out. We're going to go ahead and grab our landing predictions for today. Let's go ahead and get our predictions, guys. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number. Wait, is the bot not working? It better not. It better be working. The bot's not working. I guess. There you go. Exclamation point predict, type in the negative number, and we'll get ready for our landing here at Laoag Airport. So wow, we've been in the airport for a long time in the DC-3. So yeah. So yeah, we are about done with this whole journey, at least for this leg. Hey Kingsman, good to see you. We're just about to land actually, Kingsman. So I'm thinking that after we land, we're going to raid Captain Arash. He's currently doing the Fly Lead Load charity stream, so we're gonna go ahead and check out his channel and give him a raid. I think that's what we're gonna be planning on doing as well. I'm doing quite well myself, Kingsman. I'm doing quite well. It's just been a long, long flight. Thankfully, next Sunday's leg isn't going to be nearly as long. It's going to be 300 miles short, so it's going to be cut by 2 hours. So So, we're going to go ahead and get ready for the landing. So we're going to land on runway 01, and that is going to wrap up today's journey. So we're going to get ready to prepare for landing. And we're going to deploy one here. And I think we're going to make it pretty much to us, guys. I mean, thank you guys so much for the stream. Beautiful landing. And we're going to go ahead. Beautiful landing. The taxi in the gate is going to be right over here to the right. We made it to Laoag International. And then just taxi a bit more. But yeah, that's it. We made it. 5 there, and we completed the landing. $804 nautical miles, and we flew it in around about 5 hours. A pretty long flight, for sure. But that is pretty nice. Let's get this thing taxied, and we'll get this thing parked. But yeah, welcome to Laoag in the Philippines, everyone. That was a really nice flight, everyone. That's it, guys. We made it to Laoag. Here in the Philippines. Welcome to the Philippines, everyone. And that ends leg 16 of our journey, guys. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for the raids, for Sergeant Staff and Boozy Sheep. Thank you for the raids. So, guys, here's what we're going to do for the next couple of streams. On Wednesday, we'll be back in the airliners. We'll go from Auckland to Queenstown on a really nice airliners flight in the 737-700. And then on Friday, we'll be heading back to Alaska. We're gonna head to Alaska in the de Havilland Beaver, and we'll be doing a seaplane flight from Ketchikan to Skagway. And finally, on next Sunday, we'll be heading back from Laoag to, well, Macau, all the way in mainland China. So, guys, thank you so much, and we're going to see you all on Wednesday at 1600 Zulu time. We're going to go ahead and make the raid to Captain Arash, a good friend of mine in the community. He's doing a fundraiser stream for Fly Lilo. So we're going to go ahead and check out his channel. And make sure you guys check in and say hello to him. So take care, everyone, and I want to see you all on Wednesday. Bye!